This is one of those games where you gotta hold the remote sideways. I never like doing that. That's already one of the biggest things I have against this game. I never liked the profile of the remote being uneven, and they expected us to do this. I never found it comfortable. That, and you also have to point at the screen. Press 2. Hmm. Someday, Schwanite. It's already data here. I have no idea whose data this is. It couldn't be mine. And, we will never know whose data that is. Yeah. So, I didn't like the way they handled Samus's character any more than anyone else did at the time. I had to do some research as to why she sounds the way she does, and in the Japanese version, the way she talks is supposed to be cool, but they try to bring that over directly, and it doesn't work. I never realized that until recently, and I try not to think about this game whenever I could. But it's been 15 years. Maybe a decade and a half of hindsight will work in its favor. I also know there's a big overhaul mod that purports to change both the gameplay and the storytelling somehow. Just for fun. I decided I'm gonna play it after I reacquaint myself with this game, if I have time to. I had to cut this month short because got stuck
Why
in
am I
the
still
middle.
alive?
I'm not sure exactly why.
The baby.
The Babby, that's the one everyone knows. He never gave it a name. Okay. If I'm right to fight against it. You better have known about this, because you got no explanation for it.
Mother,
Explicitly
time to go.
how the Babby being destroyed turned on the hyper beam. Yeah, it's kind of just implied, and here they don't really explain much more. As a reminder though, this is 2010. Team Ninja developed this game.
Okay, Samus. Everything's normal.
That's why everyone looks the way they do.
I awoke to the familiar voice of a quarantine officer.
Let's try sitting up, huh? Slowly now.
A dream. I had been reliving the tragic moments of my recent past. Thanks to the hyper beam, which was given to me somehow by the baby,
Somehow, that's all the
I
explanation
laid
we
Mother
get.
Brain to waste. And the explosion that followed destroyed planet Zebes, along with the remains of Mother Brain, the space pirates, and my long-standing nemesis, Ridley, and the baby.
Come on, Samus.
She doesn't even
Let's go
come off
next
as
door.
emotionless, she comes off as amateur. And this voice acting is just not good. Nothing about this delivery sounds natural. She is being subject to a bunch of dudes telling her what to do. Well, I was saying that Team Ninja is known pretty much for
Ready for
two
a quick
things:
test, Samus?
Ninja Gaiden Black
Let's start
2,
with a little warm-up.
and Dead or Alive 4.
Try a charge beam for me.
Telling you how to shoot before you can move. Game audio that
Sharp-looking
loud?
charge beam, just the way I like it. Okay, morph ball next.
How about now? Maybe
Stop
I need to.
wasting time, will ya?
Give me a minute, dude.
Stop wasting time, will ya?
Reapply my compressor here. What am I doing now? Pressing.
Go ahead and drop some bombs. Okay, get out of morph ball mode and return to normal.
You only get 8-way movement in 3D space.
Perfect, Samus.
Hope that's enough.
All right, stand in the middle of the room. Surprised? From there, kick climb to work your way up.
Press and hold, toward a wall, press 2 a good timing. Don't change direction. Don't tell me what to do. Playing it the way I know.
Just like that.
I've
Samus.
gotten used to changing direction. I'm not changing it now.
Let's
I'm probably
play
gonna
some of your
change later. Begs the question, they could have done that 26 years before this. I take damage on these things. Yeah, they get to move freely in all directions. You don't. Because you have only a D-pad to move around in 3D space. You have to auto-aim.
Okay, looking good.
This is kind of like
check
the intro of
reaction.
Halo 1, which came out
Got
2000,
some themes.
what, 2003?
Dodge 'em.
Press D-pad just before. Use sense move while pressing wand.
Okay, those are the moves I
Okay,
remember.
so that's the gag. So this is instant charging.
Nice. Remember how that feels. Next, how about a missile test? Use concentration to replenish your missile supply.
Hold the remote up because ran out of buttons. So you don't gotta go find missiles out in the world.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh?
And this is the part I didn't like. It's so fun natural. You don't know where it is you're aiming on the screen. So you're always gonna be looking out in the corner.
One of your pesky buddies is lurking here somewhere. Find him for me, huh? Why not say hello with a missile?
Yeah, that's pretty much the only way you can use missiles in this game.
Looks like you took
Use a
them all.
completely different perspective and press a button you're not supposed to.
All you things. Looks like he's had enough of your missiles. So you plan to just sit there with something grabbed?
Waiting to see all the ways this guy's gonna tell me how bad I am. They planned for this. No damage on any of this yet.
Now, jump on its head.
Oh.
So you plan to just sit there with something grabbed? Now, jump on its head. chance.
That doesn't feel all that natural.
How about you try using a power bomb? This area is well fortified, so don't hold back.
Giving us the power bomb immediately, but
Allow adequate
then we won't be allowed to use it for a long time.
All right, Samus. That's it for the test. Looks like you took quite a bit of damage. It's unbelievable how well you've held up.
I wondered if this too was a result of the power the baby gave me.
Right. You're due in the meeting room. The big dogs are waiting.
I think a distinction needs to be made between emotionless and lifeless.
Somewhat
So
presentable.
I'm not getting emotionless out of Samus. It's negative.
Not even a fragment. None of the baby remained on me.
I need to,
I knew it
need to
be
listen to
true,
an
but still
undub.
couldn't help looking at my palm for a sign. Never again would I
So
encounter the baby.
I have an idea of what it sounded like in Japanese.
The finality of it struck me once again.
Is the game audio low? It looks a little low
Mission
on OBS.
completed. The planet Zebes was annihilated, and all Metroids were exterminated. A simple report, almost dull even, but it felt momentous to me.
It'll probably get louder later. That scene and gameplay audio tend to differ.
I don't know how much time passed since then. Days went by in their quiet way, and people's recollections of Metroids and space pirates grew nebulous over time, relegated to a past concern of the galactic communities.
So this is supposed to be...
Nothing more than a faded memory.
So, is this before or after
Again,
Fusion?
baby's cry. A common SOS with the urgency of
And
a
saying
baby
that
crying.
Metroids and space pirates
The
are a thing of the
nickname
past, that
comes from
implies a
the
lot of
fact
time
that the
passed in Super
purpose of the
Metroid.
signal is to draw attention. The signal was coming from a remote part of space.
Baby's Cry.
I
Just the
altered
only
course of my
reason
ship as
Yoshi's
if
Island
this
has it.
detour had already been part of my flight plan.
Without Baby's Cry,
Baby's Cry.
playtesters of Yoshi's Island were not compelled to
It
go
was as
rescue
though it was
Mario.
crying specifically for me.
No, so they had to add it. Even though everyone hated it, it's necessary. So what's the other M? I don't remember. Should be emphasized, this game was directed by Yoshio Sakamoto, director of Super Metroid, which everybody loves. And this is how he decided to follow it up. Kind of a thing. I was just thinking about the power bomb. Because I'm reminded of how power bomb worked in Metroid Dread. You don't get it till the tail end of the game. And you only use it maybe twice. If you want to get it earlier, you have to go out of your way to sequence break to collect it. Whereupon you can use it for a lot more cool stuff. I never bothered though. Also, Samus is down to her regular suit. No gravity. No Varia. Point the remote at the screen. You're just gonna be told this. What am I looking for? These are the limits. What am I looking for? Person who will be in the area you want to examine. What am I examining? It's not giving me a hint or something. I want to go over there. There's a door. It's flashing. 7? What's this? Oh. I'm supposed to just know about this. That didn't look important.
Galactic Federation. Huh?
Here, we're in the baby's bottle. Stop pointing at the screen. Can I save? Oh, listen, I still can't save yet. Hmm. Automatic first person control taken away from you. Oh, dudes.
Ah, fancy meeting you here, princess. Remember me?
No.
Anthony. There's only one person who calls me princess. And that person is Anthony Higgs of the Galactic Federation Army.
Haven't seen you since that last mission. Hey, and your buddy's here too.
Who are these losers?
Adam Malkovich, a general in the Galactic Federation Army. Not only a trusted confidant, but also my former superior officer. Yes, there was a time when I was enrolled in the Galactic Federation Army. And then I was young and inexperienced. As the result of a certain incident, I left Adam's command and set out on my path as a solitary bounty hunter.
What are you doing here?
The first words out of his mouth were typical coming from Adam. To answer his question, I recounted the details of what had brought me to this place, and then I asked what circumstances led the Federation here.
That information is not for an outsider.
The word he so obviously chose, outsider, pierced my heart.
Since when does Samus care about this stuff?
Commander, we're all prepped.
Can't just powerbomb this? I've got missiles. I have infinite missiles. Way to go, dudes.
Dice. I think our only option is to use the laser to slowly burn our way through. This is gonna take a while.
The electrical system here is out, and we can't get the barrier wall to open. We tried using explosives, but it's tricky to pull off without collateral damage. What we need is some way to focus the power onto one centralized location. All right. I'm gonna go on ahead.
Adam hadn't authorized it, but I decided to remain on site for the sake of the others.
So this is the justification for taking this stuff away. Kind of like what they did in Metroid Prime 1, but even stupider than before. Because Samus is only going to use these things by vibes. That's literally what's happening. You can still do this though. Only authorization because it really doesn't want to piss off a guy that Samus does not answer to. I really want to know what the justification for this is. I just mashing the button there. Actual combat. First actual combat. Surrounded. I just kind of have to aim in the general direction. Also, it turns my mini-map off. For what purpose? What's this? Again. Adam hasn't authorized it. What's so... But the fact that it says Samus had decided not to do these things... Like, what's gonna happen if she does? I get that she's supposed... Like, according to the storyline, she has the PTSD. And no use pointing at the screen, because you can't do anything on the screen. So, here's the stuff. This works vaguely like how it did. In order to move around in first person, withdraw the remote. I never liked the way this remote style navigation worked. You think this is bad? Try doing it with a Joy-Con. You have no point of reference with IR sensors. So, what's here? Already forgotten what I could be doing. This? To wait for it. Hmm. This is a better contrivance than the tutorial test section deal. Don't change direction. That's to you. I'm changing direction. That's what I know. The door locked behind me. Oh. That requires a normal bomb. Anyway, I'll probably be up as long as I can. That's something I can collect later. Anyway, can I pause? I don't know what these blue dots are supposed to indicate. Something I can collect later, I guess. Status. She turned those things off for some reason. And a bunch of guys we don't know or care about. Story. You're really gonna do this to me? Call it Babby's Cry, because SOS isn't specific enough, I guess? Decides to stay. Something exciting might happen. Already, Samus is making very questionable decisions for no real reason. Out of respect for her former commander, she's just going to tie 3 hands behind her back. Am I supposed to do something here? I can barely see. It said to stand next to this thing to interact with it. Walk real slow in this room. Why? Why are we walking slow when we enter? Come on, dudes. I'm starting to wonder, why exactly could not we use nunchuck and a nunchuck at all for this game? It would make having the point at the screen a lot simpler.
someone or something attacked him. Whoa.
Get away from me!
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you want, someone want to shoot that? Come on, dude.
It was obvious that there was some pervasive danger throughout the facility.
What was your first clue?
I didn't know what had brought Adam here, but I did know that cooperation was imperative if we were to restore safety. Adam, listen to me. Clearly, this facility is in complete disorder. It might be too dangerous for your men to go alone. That's why I've...
Look at that.
They're coming out of the wall! All right, stay calm.
Only 30 minutes for a boss. Also, we have a bunch of dudes at the watch out. Now we're taking damage.
This ain't good! Nothing's working! Listen up! Freeze guns authorized!
I will give you permission to use use pistols?
Sam, I'm authorizing missile use!
This would not be nearly as bad if we just picked the things up. Just gotta keep my distance.
Concentrate fire in a single location and freeze that thing! And Sam,
And it's cutting
take a frozen spot!
and they're just interrupting me in the middle of a boss fight. Over, dudes. It's supposed to be cooperating with the squad, and yet it doesn't really feel like that. They're just getting in the way. That's the first boss. Cut off frequently with cutscenes.
Samus, looks like I'm gonna need to ask for your cooperation on this mission, but I'm also gonna have to ask that you follow my commands.
Why?
You don't move unless I say so, and you don't fire until I say so.
Last time I did this in Metroid Dread, it worked out really badly. So...
Any objections, lady?
The thumbs up sign had been used by the Galactic Federation for ages.
I already know where this is headed.
Me? I was known for giving the thumbs down during briefings.
That'll show him.
I had my reasons, though.
Because she sucks.
Commander Adam Malkovich was normally cool and not one to joke around. But he would end all of his mission briefings by saying, "Any objections, lady?" He was joking, but others weren't. At the time, I felt surrounded by people who treated me like a child, or used kid gloves because I was a woman.
Wasn't she supposed to be like really
And
tall
yet with
though?
Adam, I was grateful for the nod.
Why is he so short here?
My past has left me with an uneasy soul, and as a result, it touched me on some level that Adam would acknowledge that past by calling me something delicate, like lady. And I knew more than anyone that every word from Adam was deliberate. My thumbs down was a twofold response. A sign of derision at being called a lady, and a signal of my complete understanding of the mission orders. The other soldiers were always willing to support me with easy smiles despite the fact that I clearly had so much yet to learn. Among them was Anthony. In the face of his well-meaning behavior and that of the other soldiers, my response was to become increasingly bitter. I was a child, always with something to prove, a chip on my shoulder.
And she put up with this?
And I was angry.
Like, everyone knows what her
I thought that
her
if I let my
backstory
guard
is.
down, I would easily be broken. And beyond that, I was scared. But even in the naivete of my youth, I could see in Adam's joking manner how close he felt to me. Adam knows my past, and he knows me better than anyone else. Confession time. Because I was so young when I lost both of my parents, there's no question I saw Adam as a father figure. When I rebelled against him, I knew I could get away with it. And his paternal compassion in the face of my rebellion reinforced the special bond I felt with him. I understood well that chances were slim that I would ever find anyone that understood me like Adam. And yet, when the time came, I still left his side. I was so young. Young and naive.
Exactly what transpired here on the bottle ship is still uncertain. Here's what we do know. The equipment we thought had been destroyed is operational again. And we've seen casualties attributed to an unidentified and lethal creature. The situation is critical. We need to gather all the information we can, but priority one is to find any survivors and bring them to safety. Consider this site extremely dangerous. Be careful as you make your sweeps. And there's one problem. The wireless interference in this facility is all-pervasive. Your comm systems are useless. As a result, communication channels will be limited to the facility's navigation booths. Well then, Lyle, investigate Sector 1 and show a little restraint with the explosives.
Gotcha.
Maurice, you cover Sector 2. Repair any equipment you come across.
Affirmative.
Anthony, you're Sector 3. I'll leave it to you to decide whether plasma guns are called for.
All right.
James, check out the control bridge. Our communication issues might be the result of electrical interference.
Yes, sir.
And KG, run a complete sweep of the residential quarters and investigate any trace of survivors.
Got it.
Each of you is authorized to use a freeze gun. Do not forget to check in regularly via navigation booths. And Samus, you go to the system management room. Do everything you can to get the electrical system back up and running. Looks like your comm system is still functional.
That's because it doesn't suck.
Remember, everything you see will also appear on this screen. Regarding auxiliary weapons, the use of bombs has been authorized. As far as your other weapons go, we will continue to investigate and authorize use as we can. However, we currently have no plans to authorize the use of power bombs. As you know, they have the ability to spread a high-temperature heat wave over a large area, impacting living things, which is a nice way of saying they can vaporize humans instantly. You should be well aware of how dangerous power bombs are, and how their devastation can't be obstructed with common materials. Once the mission in the system management room is complete, I need you to report back. I'll give you your next orders then. I want you all to be especially careful as you execute your missions. That's the end of the briefing.
It was the first joint mission I'd been a part of since becoming a freelance bounty hunter. And of course, it was the first time since my Federation days that I was following the orders of a commanding officer. Having received mission orders from Adam, I felt confused and strangely exhilarated at the unexpected turn of events.
Oh,
I
this is before
responded.
fusion then.
Understood, Adam.
Now
No
you're playing
objections,
ball?
Of course.
Last 8 minutes or so of that. That's so stupid. But the way they came off of this is that Samus has decided not to do these things before she was told not to. Out of respect, I guess? What is she afraid is going to happen if she should break protocol here? What are they going to do? Fire her? She's freelance. She'll just find other clients if this is enough of a problem. I know it's coming too. Because, once you get to the heat area, you don't get your Varya suit until well after you need it. And you should not try to overcome that. I think this copy of the game also fixes the soft lock that people had to mail their Wii consoles in to get fixed because Nintendo didn't have a facility to patch broken save files that the consumer could do. This just went way, way too far with what they did with Fusion.
Samus, head for the system management room.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm freelance. Now you're telling me what the blue dots are for? They were also nice enough to restore my health after the boss. After that cutscene, that's something. Blue dot will appear only after enemies that surround the thing are killed. What? Maybe I get the impression that Nintendo wanted Metroid Prime 3 of their own, which is why this feels so similar. But Samus is like all the problems Samus has now and is going to have is all her own fault because she doesn't have the spine to tell anybody no. All this is implied to be because of the PTSD she had following Super Metroid, which I didn't really see when I played Super Metroid. Then again, it kind of did the same thing with Metal Gear 1 and 2. Like, Snake started having nightmares that we never, that were never so much as implied in the ending, but they needed to happen. I can't open anything here yet. They'll tell you where the blue dots are, but they don't indicate activation. That does damage now. It didn't do damage before. Backtracking now. As a reminder though, we have all of our stuff on us already. It is turned off. We don't want to be a loose cannon or something. It's all the jokes people have about every place Samus goes dies as soon as she's done with it. I guess she wants to avoid that now? I keep pressing that jump button when I want to fire. The auto targeting mostly works. Just trying to wonder now is what exactly were they going for by making Samus subservient? Who were they trying to impress? Also, what am I supposed to do here? Oh. I have to hold that. I have to press A, not B. Can't reverse the receiver. Can't help but notice nothing is dropping anything. Now we're being guided. And we can see. The kind of stuff I didn't care for in Metroid Dread. Finishing moves. One missile per tank. Not even two. Well, we do have infinite missiles. Just gotta reload. And I don't remember if I mentioned this earlier, but it feels like nobody's figured out how do you balance power bombs. I'm trying to climb a ladder. What do I need to climb a ladder for? Can I wall climb? Oh. It's a picture of a ladder, but it's meant to suggest moving upward, not actually doing it, because you can wall climb. So I can't view elevation on this map. What good is it then? And walk off ledges, but you can't jump off them. I can't get inside there. Maybe I need the spider ball? Oh. I thought I turned that thing on. That's why. Can't fire missiles unless it's targeted to an enemy or a switch. You can't just use missiles whenever now. So I'm trying to figure out ways to balance the missiles too. I already wasn't a fan of how it was done in the Metroid Prime games. The fact they're giving me this many. Oh, I can jump.
Samus, go through the hatch on your right and head towards Sector 1. Lyle went ahead to secure a route to a facility of interest. I'll leave you to survey Sector 1.
Two guys playing this News Online shop.
What's wrong? Head to Sector 1.
Well, apparently I did play this because there was a save file that I deleted so I could start fresh. Even though I remember absolutely nothing. So this is just Metroid Fusion. The worst parts of Metroid Fusion taken way too far. Samus willingly turned off her own stuff out of deference to Commander Adam. And now she's taking orders. Very antithesis of what people liked about Samus. This makes me wonder, what exactly did the directors of this game see in Samus was a problem that they needed to fix, that she ended up like this? Does the control as good as Fusion? You have to do wall jumping, but they tell you that you're not supposed to change direction on the D-pad when you do your wall jump. So that's already a lot easier. But I'm used to doing that, so I'm gonna keep doing it as long as I can get away with it. Stuff's kind of hard to find. You're supposed to find things yourself. You have to do auto-targeting because you play this game with the remote on its side, which I don't like. Which means you only get 8-way movement in 3D space. And you only get 1 movement speed. In order to do first-person aiming, you need to rotate the remote, point at the screen, hope you find it in time. I fought 1 boss so far, and it was frequently interrupted with cutscenes of dudes I don't care about, whose names I don't know, helping out. So I've decided that I'm gonna just play this game to the end, reacquaint myself with it, because there's this big overhaul mod that supposedly makes this game good. I don't know if it actually does. But it also changes the way the cutscenes work, and I want to see what they did there. The auto-targeting is kind of generous, though. Don't have any problems with it yet. But that is a squad. We are deferring to the squad. People we've never seen before, and this is supposed to emphasize Samus's backstory, which is kind of at odds with how she was presented in previous games. Like, she's decided to fall under Adam's command for some reason. That's damage. It just makes me wonder, what's this? What exactly is gonna happen? Energy part? What? Pieces of heart. What exactly is gonna happen if she should disobey? She doesn't work for them. She's freelance. Was the Galactic Federation gonna just not hire her anymore? Yeah, she's a bounty hunter, and she's only ever taking contracts from the Federation as far as we know. This doesn't make any sense. But yeah, the whole authorization thing is as bad as it sounds. Especially since the heat area, where she is going to allow herself to fry because Adam keeps saying no. That's really the real problem. She starts with basically her entire inventory and will not... She's just not allowed to use it because she won't let herself use it and Adam won't let her use it. She can just stop listening at any time. But no, she has to follow orders because she sucks. And I'm of the opinion the last good Metroid game was Zero Mission. Okay, I have to jump on top of these things' heads. I'm not getting consistently. You can just reload missiles pretty easily. Requires power bomb. Nintendo does not have not figured out how to balance power bomb, because this is another one of those games like Dread where you don't get them till the end. At least they justify it. Power bombs are way too strong. That's the main elevator, same as Fusion. They're way too strong and there are humans on the premises. They'll die. So we're not allowed to use them until it becomes absolutely necessary.
contact in Sector 1. Please avoid traveling alone and remain armed. Stay alert to your surroundings at all times.
Remember Federation Force? That was Nintendo having no idea what they need to be doing with Metroid. Because they don't know how to make compelling characters for something like this, which makes no sense. And we get some map from this. So these things combine the map station, the healing station, the resupply station, and the save point all in one. It's nice of them. Do these missiles home at all? But the fact that you can reload missiles for free at any time means they had to rebalance it. Boss? I took damage from that. Was I supposed to escape that? Am I supposed to avoid that? I have to just search. You have to hold the remote upward in order to reload your missiles. Any other input will just go into morph ball instead. So you press for buttons on the remote. Is anything dropping health? Is anything dropping? No fair. Can't get up there yet. Unless this is one way. So when do I get a freeze gun? Nothing's dropping any... No. Nothing is dropping. I'm on position. What? I didn't do that. Knocked down? Since when does Samus get knocked back? I'm dying. How do I open this? Where am I now? There's awkward Resident Evil 4 camera angle for this room for some reason. Not allowed to run. This is neat that when it shows my HUD in this cutscene, it reflects my actual stats. It's a guy. They did not bury the body very well.
The large cage-like booth looked like something had been raised in it. And in one corner was the miserable form of a researcher's corpse. This victim hadn't sustained the same injuries. The dead I'd seen had been torn apart by something large. This one had been attacked by a different type of creature. And as I studied the violence this creature had wrought, I felt something in the air. The presence of a dark intelligence.
No, I'm going to play while she's droning on. Can't fire anything yet. I'm at 39 health, so I might... I don't know what's about to happen. This door just has a locked door behind it. Super missile. Which exists, but hasn't been authorized. I don't know how super missiles work. I'm not sure why we had to break that open or what that did. but nothing we can do about it now. What do I do now? What am I missing here? They're not supposed to be here yet? Maybe I'll go in here. Oh, okay. That's just... Was that the way I came? Forcing me in this perspective. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Why is it doing this to me? Pixel hunting in a Metroid. Who or what are you?
Samus, proceed through the hatch I just unlocked.
You're in control.
Next destination is a little further ahead.
What is that about? So he's in command of the entire station. Why? The door locked behind us. But why is it stopping to make me look at something? Why can't it do it for me? What is Adam planning and why is Samus not catching on? I've been through this storyline once before. Visible wall. What gives? Why is there invisible walls? What is this level design? Why is nothing dropping anything? Do the geometry. Not gonna be collecting that for a while, are we? So when's it gonna unlock this invisible wall? What is the explanation for this? Apparently these beetles are harmless. Oh. What's the point of this? Why are we projecting big wall? What is the purpose? There's supposed to be something here. I can charge the power bomb, but I'm not allowed to go all the way with it. That's so dumb. It's justified, but still dumb. So it's just gonna have this thing for the entire game you're not allowed to use. What were they thinking with this? Do you think it'd be fun to not be able to use your stuff? They present a fun challenge? Find time for a boss. No ability to recover health whatsoever. So that's how recover health? Nothing drops, period? You have to get it yourself? So I get one. I assume I only get to do that once per life. And you can only do that when your health is at 1. I rolled into the monster. The auto targeting is doing. Auto targeting is really pulling its weight here. Because I'm getting a lot of dodges I'm not intending to get. Awkward battle arena with this camera not rotating. There's something here. Hello, Running Wild Vidya. Would you like to guess what I think of this game so far?
Do?
I'm holding the Wii remote in a way I don't like holding it. Samus's character is just as bad as I remember. Authorization is still stupid 15 years on. If nothing else, this game proves that storytelling does matter even in games like this. I'm just asking a bunch of questions that distracted me from what I should be doing. No one got trapped. They spawned inside the walls. There's an item here. That's why. Oh, never mind the Babby. That hasn't come up yet. This is supposed to be an attempt to explain Samus's backstory, and it seems like every time they try to explain the lore in Metroid, it just doesn't work. Just look what they did with Metroid Dread. They tried to explain more about the Chozo, and did anyone care for any of that? I didn't. I can't speak for anyone. Oh, I can't speak for anyone else though. Save point. There are no item drops whatsoever. Missiles you have to get yourself, and you can only restore health if you're low on health and if you go down to 1 HP. Where am I going next? You have to go down to 1 HP, find a place where you can heal for 2 seconds and get some life back. No item drops whatsoever though. Don't hold back with the skill books. And the buffs and debuffs go from -5 to +5. go as high as you have the time to for bosses. I just made Rowan do all the buffing in that game. It worked out. I'm really not a fan of the way missiles work here. But there is a big overhaul mod for this game that changes the gameplay and the plot. If I have enough time at the end of the month, I'm gonna play it after I finish Other M the regular way. I'm not gonna do what I did with X7 and play only the mod. But Sam is taking orders for some reason. She's afraid of what's gonna happen if she disobeys Adam. What's this? The toilet? Here? There's actually bathrooms in a sci-fi setting? That's novel. They redubbed the cutscenes? I need to hear the Japanese voices because apparently the way Samus talks, completely devoid of emotion, works better in Japanese than in English. It just sounds really wrong. Why am I not allowed inside? I can't find... Oh. Samus opening a door like a loser. Come on. XL charge. This will make you charge faster. Now you don't get to test it inside the can. Who cares? Everyone's dead. We're playing Resident Evil 4 only inside this room, except we can't even aim. Come on, dudes. It's a little faster. We have one XL charge, so we have to level it up repeatedly like in Axiom Verge. Yeah. I'm just amazed there even is a bathroom in a space station. When's the last time you saw bathrooms in Star Trek? She didn't wash her one hand. Yeah, she can't even use the bathroom if she doesn't get Adam's say-so. So when they introduced the wall climbing, they say don't change direction on the D-pad, like you would in Super Metroid or Fusion. But I have to here. Can I aim on the wall? No, I can't. Shouldn't touch that. So how do I, where do I go from here? Shouldn't be here yet. I have to scan just to see anything. Extremely, they really wanted to make Metroid Prime at home, and by home they mean Japan. And completely missing the point. I have to point the remote hold it sideways most of the time, hold the remote, and wait for the remote to be detected, and then reconcile where the cursor is, which is going to be on a corner, and then look at something through the first person view in order to tell what item I need to break something. Completely missing how this is supposed to work. I can't do it while I'm on the wall. What am I missing here? I guess this is a dead end. It has to be said though that even though you only get 8-way movement with a really tiny D-pad, movement at least feels okay. Even holding down, but I'm moving logically in the direction I think I should be going as the camera is swiveling around. So they got that part right at least. Not allowed in because Adam doesn't want us in here yet. Adam is in complete control of the facility. We're only doing what he says. We're a pawn, in other words. We don't have control of our destiny like we do in every other Metroid game. Hopefully there's a good reason for this. Besides, Samus is no longer able to trust herself. And this seems to be the only way forward. This really is just Metroid Fusion taken too far. Zero Mission should have been the direction that Metroid went in after the Game Boy Advance. Why wasn't it? What do I do about this? I want to be able to shoot at that. I can't. I can't break that open. I don't have super missiles. Anything else? I know this direction is where I'm supposed to be going, but I don't see any paths here. I need to go in here. Yeah, that's what the objective is, and I don't know how to open this. And I can't backtrack. Samus gets knocked back. How do I open this? Hmm. I didn't miss anything. I'm looking for a guide this early and I didn't miss anything. I just wasn't pointing at the screen hard enough, I guess. I wasn't pointing at the screen hard enough. That's why. I thought I could. That's what I needed to do. Repeat. When did that get there? Way to go, idiot. I had to do it from inside the ledge. Samus? Good thing I saved. Immediate reload. Not even from the save point, but from a checkpoint. That's nice of them. Oh, because... yeah. This game's controls. That's the only thing that killed me. And... oh, the fact that I wasn't paying enough attention, because I thought I was being rushed. Keeping the tradition of not telling the player what to do. But in this case, they really should. Seriously though, what is that thing? I'm supposed to do it from in here. Yeah, they had counter for stupidly doing that. It's 3 doors I cannot open because I don't have super missiles. Not allowed. I saw that earlier, but I couldn't collect it. So, what am I looking at now? What are those? Grapple beam, which I don't have yet. Okay. Is this being marked? No. Hmm. Is it going to tell us those descriptions every single time? This knockback sucks. There wasn't any knockback like this in Metroid Dread. I just noticed a little red dot here. And the fact that these things have the same texture as the blocks I was breaking earlier. So it is Metroid. I'm finding hidden stuff. It's taking longer than it should to point at something. Jump scare. Oh, that's how I'm supposed to avoid those. It's kind of like Metroids. I have to turn the morph ball and beat at bombs to rescue myself. The fact that your legs pointing downward is supposed to be the clue that what you're doing right now isn't working. Looks like I should be able to go upward. Speed booster? It's telling me about items that I should have and can't use. The intent there is supposed to be that you're gonna get used to stuff eventually. It is tempered by the reason you can't use those things, though, which is because fealty to all authority that doesn't have your best interests in mind. Is this really the intended way? Hmm. Such a bright flash effect when I put a bomb down. Feels like I'm almost up there. It feels like there should be a an exit there. Am I hitting a ceiling? I can't tell. Whatever. Maybe I'll revisit that later. This thing again. Can't respond with the missile. Has to be a charge shot. Let's skip the grapple. This is how you recover health. You'll get 99. Presumably once before you reach another save point. Keep expecting only get one missile. Even the cat door, the dog door, has a little thing on it.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
Man hacks. Oh, really big ones. Just match a direction. You can just get this. I don't have to time my parrying or my just defense. No missiles. There's more. By fusion beam? Charge beam scatter after impact. Oh, okay. Try it out. No approval required on this. Missiles can only be used after locking on. That sucks. Now we have the backtrack. That's how you turn that on. Camera change for some reason. Means that it'll be a simple backtrack. Just run up to it. How long is he going to keep telling us about these things? Oh, that's what that's about. That's what I got. Okay. I think it's a shortcut. It's like I've done a pinball ramp. Oh yeah, this thing's back. Be on your guard. I didn't save. Checkpoints are pretty generous. I like that. Even does the courtesy of refilling my missiles. Doesn't refill my health all the way though. It goes up to 99, not my energy 10. Either way, I gotta come back later until they gift me the grapple beam. I could have sworn the door was open earlier. How does that happen where this glass is only shattered in one spot without leaving any other cracks? That thing respawned. One-way path. That was why they had to launch me up the pinball ramp. Because of that one-way tunnel. So what's over here? I would like to touch that thing, but... I tried bombing this thing. Can't lock onto it. If it can be open, you'll be able to see stuff behind it. This is just a flat texture. No. So... I would think they'd jump onto it. But you can see in the minimap, there's no open path that reaches it that way. Oh, there it is. Man, some of these are just really hard to see for no real reason. Barely noticed that. Oh, turning it on. That turns off the walls somehow. Okay, what do I do now? What did this change? Besides that, there's damage here, so we can still see that part. What is the purpose of this facility exactly? Either turn on the illusion. Like, this doesn't reveal anything. Unless something changed over here? No? Okay, this part is also not being covered up by the illusion. But why? Oh. I had to turn on the illusion just to see this. Weird. Notice the minimap turns off when my progress is blocked by enemies and mid-bosses. Also kind of weird for a Metroid that areas like this have names that they tell you about and subtitles. I don't think even Metroid Prime does that except for major biomes. What is the point of these? It's like this is like when they force you to look around, no hint what you might be looking for. Like nothing really stands out in this scene. This might, but I can't lock onto it. It's like a cutscene that you have to walk 2 steps to activate instead of just making it one continuous scene. No idea what that's about. I can't exit this. Cannot leave. I can pause though. I didn't even notice these things, they're moving. So what's the point of this? I wouldn't have minded if it did that itself, instead of making me control something. But I like that apparently the numbers in the missiles are diegetic, because they actually reflect my current status in these cutscenes. You take damage on that. I wasn't sure what buttons I was supposed to be pressing. Also, I'm not sure what direction I'm going. Oh. Taking out the garbage. That's pretty funny. You're supposed to hold the shot button down to do that finishing move. She doesn't even fire the shot for that particular one. Keep mashing the D-pad. did a lot of damage. Immediately restart while you're under attack, and I get a little more health than before. That rank reduction? Last time I had to restart like this, I restarted at 99 health, not 132. Got 33 more than last time. Is there an escape I can do when I'm grappled like that? Dying. If I can do throw loops, that would be swell. And intentionally take damage, I can have an opportunity to recharge. Oh, they're angry now. I do so much damage. They just leave the hive. I guess that's what these things eat.
Some creatures use the powers of others to capture their prey. Watching this disgusting beast, I felt as though it was feeding off my power as well. At the same time, a thought crossed my mind. That howl I heard earlier, could this creature have been the source?
Samus, head to the biosphere test area in your current sector. There should be some important information about this facility in that exam center. The other members are en route. Quickly, go meet them there.
It's gonna be a point where we'll no longer be able to trust him. He gave me 99 health on the way out. That's nice of them. Now, how are you supposed to collect that? That's all. This game has some good ideas, but the controls and the storytelling hold it back. We really couldn't do nunchuck with this. Like Metroid Prime 3, which came out years before this. How do I break these things? Oh, they hatch. The water even hampers my firing rate. Oh, I have to use charge shots here. There's also a delay when I fire the charge shot. Oh, this is absolutely hideous. It's a delay when I fire the charge shot, and there's longer recovery. Locking on is slow. I have to go all the way here and then backtrack to use the emergency ladder. Come on, dudes. Is recoil only in the water? That makes no sense. Shouldn't the water dampen the recoil? Well, there's a little recoil in A little recoil on the surface I never noticed. Either way, I think the water should absorb it, right? I need to kill that thing. Probably a sequence break here. It's the only Metroid game I've played where water slows down your regular shots. What is the rationale here? That's supposed to be the one thing you can rely on when you lose your ability to move at regular speed. What? I'm confused. I get what it's going for, but not how to do it. I also don't like it. What a weird way to implement that. Why not just give us a ladder? Why put so much water here? What were they going for with that? I know what they're going for, but why? You're consistent about marking all of these platforms with the caution tape. That's good. I didn't even notice that. Of course I had to put something there. I need to know what my exact health is once it reaches 0. It's kind of hard to see enemies when you're moving this quickly. Well, listen, there's a lot of bosses in this. A good or a bad thing depending on your perspective. Do I want to be up here? No, I don't. Metroid Fusion also had just about everything do a ton of damage. At least that game had a reason though, it's because your immunodeficiency system is compromised. No such excuse here. Just really don't like how in order to fire missiles you have to really make yourself vulnerable. More ways than one. Aiming is really hard. Change modes. Beat it. Adam do that too. No prizes for killing bosses. No big dump of health and ammo after a boss dies. Because this game's item resource system doesn't allow it. You do get a save point right after it though, that's something. I just missed a huge dump of items though, as a immediate reward.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
How do I kill this thing? Super missile? Jump on top of it? Feels like there's something hidden here. Another one of these. Where am I now? What are these things? I appreciate that the splash damage also applies here. Well, I don't get why I have to do this twice. It's in 2 steps. That seems unnecessary. Another one of these. I'm holding the remote kind of diagonally, so I can more quickly be in position to aim missiles at it. Also, there's an E-tank here. Where is this taking me? I can see the ladders, but how do I climb ladders? I need that E-tank. There might be a hole there. And that was the necessary path anyway. Good for me. Kind of a thing, they show all these ladders and you cannot climb ladders because Samus only has one free hand. Move it.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Finally, some fresh air. Really weird, actually, for a Metroid game to have blue skies anywhere. That's novel. Skip that walking all the way across for some reason. You don't even get to enjoy the blue skies. What's this? Nothing I need to worry about. Another save point?
Data recorded. Restoration
2 save points and no threats in between them. That's...
sequence complete.
That'll probably become important later.
Successful.
No answer for the contrivances of why these control rooms are only accessible by morph ball. Preview of upcoming areas. It's threatening us with FMV, and then now we're playing Resident Evil 4 instead. Here's FMV.
Hey, Samus. Where's
Come on,
Lyle?
dudes, be on alert.
Looks like he's late. Huh?
Hey. The CPU seems to have self-destructed.
Hope you have a
Central
spare.
System is broken into parts, but I think I might be able to restore it and recover some of the data. Let's try it.
Like the CO said, there might be some pretty crucial information hidden here. Well, while Maurice here is working his magic, the rest of us should search this building. Am I right?
Got it.
Hey, Princess. Does this view bring back any memories? Yeah. Looks like the training grounds of the Galactic Federation.
I thought it was gonna show more backstory. Thankfully, no. More of this stuff. What are you working on? Cannot interact with Geek here. This feels really awkward. The turning is too quick, and I don't know why, but it feels like the like the height of the camera doesn't feel right. You have to walk into the save room too.
Data recorded. Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Why are we walking slowly? I can't shoot here, even though it looks like I should be able to. The storyline just feels like it'd be like a feels like it would be just a generic Space Marine deal, if not for Samus. Could have been some other lady, but no, it had to be established, well-loved Nintendo character in a storyline that doesn't really feel like it fits her. She's supposed to be all rebellious and against the rules, and here she is following orders. It's all this. Some semblance of human culture here. So why is this trying to be suspenseful? Why did those guys run ahead of me? Stalking really slowly to be sure I get the sights in. What'd you find? Are there any real world facilities that have these tubes? Like for any purpose? Nothing to say? Seriously, what's this about? I can still aim, but... I guess I'm being detective now. The game has literally slowed to a crawl. Not exactly a crawl, but... it's moving me at minimum speed for some reason. Is this a Chozo body? I can shoot now.
Adam, are you seeing this?
Pixel hunting in Wii game.
It's but it's been cybernetically enhanced. What is this thing?
I don't know. Continue your investigation.
Everyone, gather round.
Plot contrivance. That's all this is. All this things where the game pace crashes and burns is all in service of the plot. The terraforming capsule colony designated as bottle ship.
Galactic Federation. In these facilities, life forms from each planet have been raised and researched as possible bioweapons. Site manager and development director, Dr. Madeline Bergman.
Adam, was the Galactic Federation experimenting with bioweapons?
She's experiencing an emotion.
Use of bioweapons is strictly prohibited.
Of course it is. What's happened here is illegal.
Who is Madeline Bergman?
I hope you fight her later.
Must be the person in charge here. Is that all you got?
We need to fight her.
I didn't need to
hand to
press
hand.
Adam about it any further. I knew his mind. Not only was he a strong opponent of bioweapons, he was against the use of living things for unnecessary reasons, period. Life, no matter what form it takes as it's born into this often cruel universe, should not be tampered with. That was Adam's philosophy. In bringing the infant Metroid back, I did something that I know would have gone against his convictions. And though I might have been left alone, it was a clear and blatant violation of protocol.
I
wondered what Adam thought of me. Out of nowhere, I suddenly found myself concerned with his opinion again.
That doesn't make any sense.
I've almost gotten it completely restored. but I'll bet they protected this thing with a seriously sophisticated security system. If I can't get past it, James, that'll be where you come in.
Leave it to me. Shouldn't be a problem to hack into this thing. I mean, it might tell us what exactly was going on here. Looks like this might take some time, though.
Madeline might still be somewhere in this building. Keep scouting for more intel. Let's go.
Somehow, no, none of these guys have died yet. That doesn't make sense though, because the beginning of Super Metroid, Samus turns over the last Metroid to captivity for science. And she talks up how it's going to benefit mankind. And she did this without caring about Adam's opinion? But now it's a problem that they've actually, they've met again? Under inauspicious circumstances? I'm doing a really bad job explaining this backstory and a bunch of characters who had no real reason to exist before Metroid Fusion. Wrote themselves into a corner. And now we have to crawl again. Why can't Metroid crawl? Because when she does, this happens. Can't strafe. Why am I not running to find information? What is this about? This must be real thrilling to watch in speed run. Can't even turn Morph Ball here. Something's about to happen. Because the mini-map is flashing. Pixel hunting in a movable camera. We appear to be under attack. I saw that I couldn't lock onto it though. Look for the thing that's moving.
Get back!
I want all the soldiers to evacuate this area. Samus, your orders are to take care of all enemy targets.
And those guys don't get to help. Oh, it's like the Chozo Ghost in Metroid Prime. No. If you get caught, you just have to watch yourself take damage. Total garbage. Whoa, counter? I have to release after that. How do I counter it? Freak his neck. Ooh, counter. Chain throwing. I just have to land it. And it's so hard to even land that because of the where are you going? Can't see. Kill the recoil. We're back to Resident Evil 4. I haven't mentioned how much I didn't like that game. Why were the soldiers not allowed to help? They had guns, they had freeze guns. Come on, dudes. It's like Adam wants me to fail. Their lives are more important than mine. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Okay. Guns down, but still can't walk. Can't get faster than I'll walk. Barely even a canter. Oh, that's why. They were providing cover outside. Now someone's about to die. You're nice enough to walk me outside to the combat zone. No. Oh. Come on, sense that. We're surrounded. It'd be kind of cool if we could press buttons during this part, because I can see my HUD. I see, okay. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, except I said press buttons, not pointing the remote. This is kind of neat, though. And the only way you can tell you're supposed to do something here is because of the frame rate. Rid of that in a prompt on screen. I don't know. It mix up. I'm dying. What am I supposed to do here? Kind of neat in practice, except kind of neat in concept, but in practice, not much better than the QTE. See if they aimed this QTE. There's at least a reason why no one's coming to help me out of this, though. They had to contrive an ambush. Okay, I'm getting it now. Disregard the first few prompts. Why can't I just plug his stupid face? Oh. Okay, I thought I got that, but no. Rescued. Well, at least they're nice enough to restart me immediately. That's something. Plasma? Where'd you get the bigger guns? It was authorized just in time. Oh. Idiot. Something so lame about using regular ballistic weapons against this. Oh.
I wanted to give you some cover earlier, but this thing takes forever to charge. I'll save the next shot for you. Not that you'll need it.
That was a really dissatisfying cutscene bop. I took no damage during the second attempt.
Lyle's down.
That was the first casualty.
Looks like a pile of rags. What's gotta happen to a guy to make him look like that?
Only this guy gets a target. I don't know why only now we're doing this. Like, this feels more like doing this. They're trying to make it like an adventure game with all this pixel hunting and scanning. No indication of what I'm looking for. I can shoot though. What were they going for with this? It's like they had to justify the ability to point on the screen as often as possible. I want to, like, move out of the way so I can see the corpse. Maybe I can analyze it or something. Instead I'm analyzing you. What good is that gonna do me? Come on. We are pixel hunting.
An empty shell.
Looks like that monster from earlier infiltrated Sector 3. Samus, follow it.
See you losers later. I'm gonna do work. Way too many cutscenes in this game. It's what Team Ninja is known for. But how did they manage to convince Nintendo that this is what Metroid needed?
It was clear that the Galactic Federation was developing bioweapons on the bottle ship. I wonder if Adam came here knowing that. Regardless, I knew I had to talk to the person in charge, Madeline Bergman.
I want it to be a fight, not a Bioshock conversation.
In order for me to do that.
Samus, start by searching areas you can access with your current equipment. We'll determine weapon and equipment authorization after we get a better understanding of the situation.
with your current equipment. I don't have Jack. Oh baby, here's the part everyone hates. Sector 3, skipping 2 for now. This is probably the most infamous part of the game, and not just because of I think this is where the soft lock can happen. If you enter a door, if you do backtracking in one specific part, you'll end up locking a door you're not supposed to. When you can't get back and you have to mail your Wii to Nintendo to have him fix it. But I think this is the patched version.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
Start losing health. Hideous. They might have reused that slide in Metroid Dread. And possibly Samus Returns. Really hard to make that jump, moving into the camera.
Looks like the normal beam won't have any impact on the enemies around here. Samus, use your ice beam.
You have all this stuff all along. But because you're beholden to bureaucracy, gotta do it hard way. Not even just for the challenge. Blast it with ice beam and then missile it. something fun up there that I'm not going to be able to use for a very long time. Oh, never mind. That's noticeable. Collecting the items, even in the middle of a fight, just not dramatic or satisfying in this game. Because a guy see it, because you have to get a guy's permission. Like those cutscenes in Metroid Prime where you get that stuff. Those are worth something. I don't know why I'm killing these enemies. Nothing drops. Oh, that's why. F2. Note that we had access to ice weapons earlier, but we weren't able to use them because we didn't have permission for clearance. Well, you know, with access to an emergency heal, even under contrived conditions like that, I don't actually mind the fact that nothing drops. It's actually a pretty intelligent way to get around that. Something Metroid Dread didn't learn. But then again, Metroid Dread was specifically meant to be a callback to the likes of Metroid Returns and Super. Gaming is so slow.
Data recording. Registration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Get popped. Why can't I jump?
Data recording. Registration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Thank you for following. Booty blasted. I'm dying. I'm amazed they even let me recover health here. Something fun over there. Whatever it is, I will never know. I have to push myself under 25 health in order to give myself the ability to heal. Huh? No fair. How am I supposed to react to something like that? I haven't designed this overlay specifically for Metroidvania March. It's supposed to look like the menu screen of Super Metroid. No, this is a first time in 15 years run. I just have the clock up to keep track of how long a run's been going over multiple streams. If you know anything at all about this game, feel free to share. Like any tech, anything I need to watch out for later. As a speedrunner, I need all the help I can get when I play anything. Didn't see. Oh. No fair. It's taking all the damage on Earth here. I'm playing on real hardware, by the way. There's a big mod for this game. I don't remember what it's called, but I'm thinking if I have time left over by the end of March, I'm gonna run that. Compare the two. But yeah, I am in the part of the game that nobody likes, because I am being denied use of the Varia suit that I have from the previous game, Super Metroid. Because the boss man doesn't think I need it yet, even though I very clearly do. Storyline is as stupid as I remember. Can't get up there yet. Oh, right. Too far from a save room. I just gotta rough it. This is the direct sequel to Super Metroid. This, even though it came out after Metroid Fusion and Zero Mission on the Game Boy Advance, this is meant to take place between Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion. And they made a lot of compromises. Because this is directed by the guy who started Super Metroid, a game lots of people loved. I don't know why he decided to change Samus's characterization so drastically. I don't think anyone does. So this is the last Metroid game for a really long time. Wouldn't be until Metroid Samus Returns, remake of Metroid 2 on 3DS. I think 28. This is a 3DS, so it should be 2015 or so? And then there was Federation Force, a game also nobody liked. Because it's set in the same universe as this game. With a bunch of jobbers nobody cares about. It's closed off. Not a fan of what they do here. Metroid Prime does this a lot, wherein they lock you in a room, you have to kill some enemies before you're allowed to progress. Really annoying Metroid Prime. No better here. But the impression I'm getting is that this is developed by a Japanese studio, and they wanted their own Metroid Prime like. Because it takes a lot of design cues from Metroid Prime. But it also gets all the wrong things. Yeah, it does look nice. Because this first-person screen looks very similar to the default perspective in Metroid Prime, specifically Prime 3. Oh. Give it. One more, and I should get more health. Because this game has pieces of heart. They made a lot of changes to the power dynamic. Come on. And because I do not have the Varia suit, I have to just rough it. This is a part of the game that gets brought up a lot when talking about Other M. Your upgrades only come when your commanding officer deems you worthy of having it and not before. Because these are all upgrades you actually have on you already, or most of them. But you decided to turn them off and follow orders, which is exactly the opposite of what Samus has been like in the previous 5 games. Get consumed by the pizza sauce here. Where do I go? I didn't see where I was supposed to go forward there. Start you immediately while you're losing health. They're only gonna give you... So... I think you only start getting the Varia suit after most of the part of the stage where it would have been useful. Without much justification given for why. It's almost like Commander Adam Malkovich wants Samus to fail despite their history. Whatever they were going for, I don't think that was it, but that's what everyone thought. Oh. Well, it's really hard to see some of these parts. Yeah.
the barrier feature on your suit to protect yourself from heat damage.
After it would have been useful. There's no way to reconcile this. No one's come up with a good explanation for why Samus is endangering herself because Adam is asleep on the wheel. Ooh, that's auto-charged. The beam was auto-charging. Also, now there's a boss. Reduce damage and cut heat damage in lava zones. Like, reducing damage from enemies, that alone should be a justification enough to turn it on. Like, it's like, if it were a budget thing, maybe, but Samus gets all of her stuff OSP. This doesn't make any sense. She's not a part of the government. She's just cooperating, under a friendly agreement? Like, this isn't under contract or anything. She's not, as far as I know, she's not even being paid for this. Also, there's a boss health meter. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Where am I? Oh. Oh. And that's how I do most of the damage. I was wondering about that because doing it with the missile didn't do that much damage. So this is where, I guess this is the start of where Samus does cinematic moves, which I don't care for at all. So I played Metroid Dread a couple years ago and people liked it a lot more than I did. And also it's just telling you about all this over and over. Oh yes, what's the tap, the dodge? Well, I guess you can't dodge that. Why has he got to tell us about this every time? No, actually I don't speak my native languages. I was never taught. Like, you ever play Mega Man X? Cause you upgrade X by finding the light capsules throughout the world, which he stored away in case he would ever need them, and not just building them in. Because because Dr. Light built X to be a sentient, robot fully capable of independent thought, unlike anything else made before. But he specifically did not want it to be used for battle, so he put the capsules in there, not built-in combat upgrades into them. But things like the armor for reducing damage, why would you not build that in? It's still take damage from the fire. And I can also see up there's a on the minimap it's showing something of interest. You can see that square up there. Looks like a more fault channel. I don't go for 100% on these anyway, but if it's there, I want it. Also, you don't really need to fight enemies because, unlike any other Metroid, nothing drops anything in this game. There are no item drops at all. You get missiles and health by charging it manually. Oh, that's how I get up there. Just gotta wait for this thing to charge up. Very frequent save points, but save points have the same shape. And they always tell you where to go next, which some people don't like. I appreciate it though, because I don't like being lost in these. Is this enforced damage? Is there a way to get past that without taking damage? It can't be. There's already enforced damage on the way here, though. Frankly, I don't get why Samus doesn't start with the Varia suit all the time. In every game. My opinion is no justification for it after Super Metroid. Or Metroid Prime 1. Well, there was one in Metroid Fusion, because the Varia suit was repurposed. Instead of protecting against extreme high temperatures, it protects against extreme low temperatures too. By just clarifying that it does. It was originally built for the extreme heat, but they just mean any kind of extreme, which I thought was kind of clever. How'd that miss? Way to go. I don't know why. When I fall into the lava, there's seemingly some kind of like delay before I'm able to actually move out of it. It's the same way in Metroid 1. Seems like you can't jump out of hazardous materials right away. Wish they would color code these.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
Just backtrack.
So you have to wait before you're allowed to jump. I don't understand. Stuff I can only get with weapons that I am not allowed to use yet. Am I going the right way?
Data recording and registration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
No, I guess not. What is this? Hmm? Should be good for, yeah, it's another E-tank. Mark that for later. Would even make the ground transparent so I can see myself. That technology wasn't invented yet, I guess. Something fun all the way over there. I think that's just a shortcut. And I don't think I have enough health to make it all the way over there. Still can't turn this on yet. There's something in here? Oh. Seems so obvious in hindsight. Like, what is the trick to being able to jump out of this reliably?
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Also, I can't help but notice not much music in this area. It's all ambient noise. It's 2 games in a row I've played that has little to say about the necessary of background music. There was music earlier though. I was here earlier and I went the wrong way. I think that's twice now in this playthrough where I went exactly the opposite direction after a boss I was supposed to go and lose a ton of time for it. That'll become accessible later, I guess. 3.
Samus, continue your investigation of that sector.
I played Metroid Fusion a couple years ago for Metroidvania March, and I thought, not as bad as I remember, but the biggest problems I had were with controls. Really don't like space jumping, or the way physics worked in general in that game. Zero mission is what Fusion should have been, but zero mission is also way too short. There's a door right here. I guess we're gonna get the super missiles very soon. I've seen a bunch of the super missile doors. They really want you to use missiles. But using missiles sucks. So it requires you point at the screen, which is awkward. Especially at the distance I'm sitting from my screen.
Data recording and phase restoration sequence activated.
Go upstairs. How hard could it be?
Sequence complete. Process successful.
Well, yeah, it's something I can take advantage of that grapple point up there. Well, I do have one, but you know. Someone want to tell me what to do here? Chief?
Okay, Samus. Head to Sector 2. There's a high probability of survivors hiding there. We'll have to take care of that freak of nature later.
Okay. Just telling you up front. Progression is impossible for some reason, even though you do have what it takes to go past that point. It's in your possession, but we're not letting you use it. Go somewhere else. Highly unnatural progression here, but that was also a problem with Metroid Fusion, except it's way more blatant here. Wait a second. That wasn't there before. Oh. Getting this thing again. Still can't open that. It's another thing this game is good about. It's very good at discussing its loading times. There hasn't been a single loading screen. This elevator is for loading another area of the game. Metroid Prime also did tricks to conceal the loading, but wasn't able to do all of it.
This elevator is bound for Sector 2.
And Metroid Dread was really bad about it because it just had poor performance in general. This Mercury theme sucks.
The climate control systems of Sector 2 has been confirmed. Please be sure to wear protective equipment and use extreme care when moving around this floor.
Lava World wasn't nearly as big as Bio World, or whatever they called them. So I guess this is Ice World, because they mentioned climate control problem. Ice World. And me with Ice Beam, which is probably gonna present problems. I think this will be a good point. Actually, pick this up another time. Thanks for watching. Man, I'm starting to have the impression though that Metroid Other M has earned its reputation even today. Well, I'll power through. It's just as bad as I remember. Enough of me.